Hello, all you wonderful people out there, and welcome into the stream. I am Razim, and this is Minecraft with the All the Mods 8 mod pack. I am joined here tonight by Rygon over at the channel Rygon Plays. He is currently working on some stuff for our poker roll game. Yes?
Yep, that is true. I am currently in the middle of crafting guilds.
So there you have it, everybody. Ugh, these Sterling Dynamos are not... I don't like having to feed them constantly. But yeah, I finished replacing the storage drawers. I decided to go with soapstone bricks. I was gonna do that on stream, but then, I kind of realized that I needed to actually replace them over here, otherwise my building would be flooded. Because the water goes right up to them. I kind of like that look. Hello there, Gib Gab.
Ooh, a guild name generator. Interesting. I need 2 d20s rolled. The first 2 d20s rolled, everybody. That will help to determine our next guild name.
All right.
I'm doing this for fun.
1 second. $16 and $8.
8. Okay.
I'm a tabletop gamer. I've got the dice bag right next to my desk. With a lot of sets of dice.
Roll one more.
Nat 20.
Okay. League of the Diligent Hour. League of the Diligent Hour.
Interesting. Oh crap, my bitrate is flopping bad.
What are you talking about, Gib Gab? You're being silly. League of the Diligent Hour.
Ooh, Lichen Rock. I apologize for the net problems, everybody. They should resolve very soon. Hopefully. Alright, I think these are officially no longer growing anything. I've had them sitting here forever. Uh-oh. Come on, game.
Ouch.
You okay, Raycon?
Yeah, just my body's starting to get tight. That usually means it's about time to lie down.
Bye forever.
Bye-bye.
You will be missed.
Sounds like a guardsman guild? That's what I was thinking.
Ah, I didn't catch the lichen rock. Duck. Alright, we need some more. So we'll get a damage from that. Chipped and flawed. Alright, we're gonna go with 16. No, I want more. Oh, I got plenty. Okay. Oh, did those buds not give me anything? I thought they were supposed to give me at least dust. I guess I needed to actually break them first. I'm guessing. Yeah, I should have gotten dust. Ugh. I'm spawning some in. I think I would have at least gotten a stack of 64.
How many types of Pokemon are there? Like pure types.
16, I think. Let's see. Fire, electric, grass, water, bug, dark, psychic, ghost, steel, rock, fairy, ice. I'm a little tired for remembering this off the top of my head. Oh yeah, normal. I forgot normal. And fighting. And ground. And dragon.
Oh, there's
There are
only 18
18
types.
Yeah.
Well, the League of the Diligent Hour is going to have 19 different subgroups to them.
Oh. So one for each type plus an extra for... Oh.
Yep.
Generalized?
Yep. The last one is just kind of like the French Foreign Legion. They're just kind of made up of whomever and whatever. Because sometimes sending in a very specific type might just go awry. So sending in the more
Yeah.
generalized group might be just enough to solve the issue. It's kind of like the difference between a scalpel and a sledgehammer. The specialized groups are the scalpel, and the generalized group is the sledgehammer.
Seems legit. Okay, we need more power generation to really pull this off.
You remember those at the very beginning?
Huh?
Battlefield? Remember the battlefield?
Yes.
That would be an
With the...
example of members of the League of the Diligent Hour. I just simply didn't have a name to them at the time.
That's fair.
The only reason I'm saying this now is because it's not really going to be a secret once the guild itself is quickly revealed.
Wernie!
Ralph.
Hugs.
Hugs.
Hello, Love Broken. Rachella, if you want to drop a pylon on me, there's a bid redeem for it.
You're considered a legendary warrior. Oh, yeah. Has the Hobbit been this way? He seemed a little mopey. Who's the Hobbit?
Oh, it's
Oh,
the
so I'm
Giants
assuming this
talking
is the
about
Giants.
Asher. Yeah. Yeah, Asher came
Yeah.
by.
Yeah. They stopped by.
Right now, I'm just doing some absolutely thrilling gameplay.
Anything about goth music? Yeah, they mentioned goth music.
If
Oh,
you
you know
guys,
Asher better than I do.
if you guys need me to make a call to Asher, I will be more than happy to do so. Because I know you guys are international right now. Fair enough. Yeah, make sure he's okay. Do me a favor and, make sure you pass along that we care about him.
Row.
What? Bernie? What? Who's Bernie?
Row.
The Werny has been summoned.
Wow. Hello, Bernie. Pets to Bernie.
Ah. I've been pet. I'm going to round. Round.
So, Werny, you were drawing a Marcep, huh?
Yep.
Where'd you decide to put his, your Marcep's crystals?
Not sure yet. Started doodling them on like one of the arms, and then I was like, nah, and erased it, and haven't decided where I'm going to re-put them yet.
Fair enough. What kind of terrain are you thinking your Marcep might be best in?
Still haven't really decided on that yet, either. I'm trying to think.
Because they do have physiological differences between each region. Ferret Sink, hello! You should come join Voice. Could we maybe move over to my Discord, Rygon, so it's easier for them?
Yeah, yes.
Sorry.
I'll see you there.
There we go. There you both are.
Me.
Jitz is suggesting a crystal mohawk,
Maybe.
which is certainly a possibility.
What are all like the terrain types again for that they could be?
Well, literally, like, almost any biome that you could, almost any biome has its own little things to them.
Yeah.
Ferret Sink, we're talking about the Marcep species. I guess I should go ahead and switch over to the Professor.
Yeah, I originally kind of thought like, oh, they would be from maybe tropical or beach-like area. But I'm just thinking about other ideas too.
heck was that noise? Well, for that, they really only have the aquatic itself. Could be a hybrid between the dunes and the aquatic. Or it could just be a kind of dunes, a desert Marcep. Wouldn't perform as well in the water, but
Sure thing, Giants.
there's the ferret.
It's
Or the
it's
Marten.
Hello,
sink.
Barry.
Ants.
It's the Marten sink.
Give him all the egg.
But what about me? Don't I get egg?
Nope.
No,
Just ferret
bat.
gets egg.
Oh.
Bat, 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 bat.
This thing can have a little egg. So what are Marceps?
Well, I switched over to the Professor, who is my Mossep. They are a custom species I designed a while back. They are an alien race from a planet that's deals with a lot of quakes and such. There's a lot of lore that I put into them.
They sound neat.
Which I am unfortunately too tired at the moment to really go into their lore details.
You gotta write it down.
I do. I need to
I've been
sit
trying to
down
write
and do
down Space Railblade lore on like World Anvil.
that. You know, that's not a bad idea.
I should probably use a World Anvil.
Yeah, I want to read all of the ferret lore in Ferret World.
Also, I should use it for the poker roll stuff, but then people might read it and be spoiled.
Can't you make it private?
I could, but then that'd make me sad because nobody would be able to read it.
So you don't want to use it because people could read it, and you don't want to make it private because people could read it, or couldn't read it.
Can you
Exactly.
like just have stuff that's like been like released or like publicly known?
That's probably what I'll end up doing.
And then
Like,
the
I'll
rest
just
of it
slowly-
just either unpublished or private.
Yeah, and then I'll just slowly publish it as they are revealed.
Then people can like go there and it can be like a little like wiki or Pokeroll.
very
Yeah.
I could, I do have somebody that's really good at web development that I could probably poke about developing something just for ZGF as a whole and be
If you
able
want
to
to.
let people set that stuff up.
I think I got
And
the
you-
lifetime license for World Anvil, so
Oh,
either that or I got the year license, one of the two.
I was thinking this for a free option to help out with the costs on that, but hey, if you got that, then
Well, yeah, it's already, the money's already spent, so I might as well use it.
yeah. But yeah, Werny. So with a Marcep of the variety you were talking about, They would have some of the key things that they would have is that the paws would be wider, larger, kind of acting a little bit like they would kind of act like similar to snowshoes, but giving them more space down there for traction in sand. If you're going with a hybrid with an aquatic, some of their main features is the webbing between fingers and toes. They have some of them do have gills. As well as a dorsal fin. Their tails, and particularly the crystals at the end of them, the crystal shape there, would be more of a fin shape. Though with the dunes, they also have a larger, a wider tail crystal as well. For the desert variety, the dune variety, whatever, their tails are actually used just kind of automatically behind them, sweeping across the ground in order to clear up their tracks. It's just a automatic reflex that they have developed over the years from the various desert predators.
What are you talking about?
The Marseps.
Ah.
Because they have physiological differences between them based on the regions that they were, that their ancestors were in.
Okay.
In the current day, the present day for them, there's a lot more variety, or a lot, there's a lot more variety because there's been a lot of interbreeding and such, because they, survival isn't necessarily a necessity, or those survival tactics aren't really a necessity anymore. So, you got a lot more hybrids between the varieties and a lot more mutts, basically. Because back in the past, it wasn't so much that they went to war with each other just because they looked different. It was more a forest Marsep would just not survive as well very well in the desert compared to one that is, more suited to the desert. But anyways, for the desert ones, their claws are not as large or sharp because they don't need to worry so much about climbing or climbing through bark and such. I really need to sit down with Mary and just work with her to make a actual species ref.
I'll take your entire stock.
There's a lot of lore for the Marsep, stuff that I need to sit down and write down, and yeah. My brain's just a bit slow at the moment. I apologize, everybody.
I'm gonna energize the Zen.
I should get more caffeine. I'll be right back. I have returned with water,
Hooray.
to which I will add caffeine. But yeah, did you catch that stuff? I know it was kind of rambling, Werny, but
Yeah. Fuck.
for colorations, the aquatic ones tend to have a lot of greens and blues to their crystals and fur patterns. For the dunes Marseps, the deserts of the planet are actually primarily a red sand. There's a lot of iron in the sand that gives it a red hue. Reddish orange, I suppose, would be more accurate. Can I keep my clothes for 5 minutes tonight? Like, holy crap!
No clothes.
No close.
But anyways, yeah. The sands of the planet are primarily a more reddish hue. Reddish orange. So that is very common in the fur palette of a dunes Farron. But like I said, there's a lot of hybrids nowadays, so you could have literally any color palette you want. You just wind up being a mutt. Or at least more of a mutt.
What's that noise?
That's my water bottle doing the mixy
Oh,
mix.
yeah, that's right.
I normally mute, but brain slow today. Let's pin that. Pin this. Oh, hey, I can download more RAM. Gib-gab, behave. God, I swear.
Hmm. It's some good lore here. I hope you all are enjoying it, even though you can't read it.
But yeah, Kindle, while it is Weirney, that doesn't necessarily mean he's planning to stick with his normal color palette. So I'm letting him know his options on that front.
Yeah.
So the orange would come from, the orange would be pretty at home with the Dunes Marseps. There is also the Fissure Marseps, where the black could come from. They are ones that kind of ventured down into the fissures when they open up on the planet. And for them, they found cave systems down there. And they would literally maybe see sunlight once a year, if that. But some of them have slowly come up to the surface and started getting more integrated with the rest of society. For them, they have much larger eyes. Some of them are blind. Their ears tend to be a bit larger and more flexible, more controllable than a normal Marseps. And their fur tends to come out as either dark gray or black. Sometimes there will be more pale or white ones. Do 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 do. Oh, I need the pattern encoding terminal. Pat the Werny.
Pat, pat.
Gawerny is good friend.
Wow. Zim is good B.
I don't know. I've been told I'm stimky. Zorro. I intend to go with solar power primarily. And hello there, Slitherite. I am tired. But I'm also doing okay. How are you?
Imagine needing clothes? Oh, I know.
Hold on. I'm over dramatic. What the fuck, Gib Gab? How dare you? You have the next 2 days off from work, waiting for Chaos Dwarves in Warhammer 3. 1 day, 14 hours remaining. Nice, Slitherat. And give me back my freaking clothes! Everybody keeps stealing my clothes today. Rygon!
Trying to concentrate.
Oh, sorry. I will shut up.
Okay. How's your game going anyway?
Oh, it's going well. I'm just setting up autocrafting at the moment.
Nice, nice.
Yes, Slitherite. It was up to around 80 today. Oh yeah, while I was offline, guys, I apologize, but I did actually go and find the redwood biome. It wasn't much to see, it just had a bunch of big trees. Oh, the Werny deafened.
I'm gonna head out of here. I'm not feeling too well. You all have a good one.
Oh,
I hope you
alright,
feel better.
Marten. Alright, Marten Sink, I hope you feel better soon.
Bye.
Gip Gap, you should come join voice. Keep us company. Help us do the discussions. Alright, so that goes into the ME system. This we'll put in there. We'll stick this in there. That can go in. That can go in. That can go back in there. You're pretty decent at conversation, or at least continuing on with rambling, if nothing else. Wait, what concussion? Are you okay, Gib Gab? Oh, Jitsin. Okay. Don't scare me like that, Gib Gab. God. Don't you even pull that bullshit, Gib Gab. Actually, I can grow more Certus quartz. I'll use the Certus quartz. Don Brine! I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
Oh, what do you call it when somebody's like watching a location? But it's not necessarily spying.
Observing? Guarding? Protecting? Overseeing?
Observing will work.
Okay.
Observing works.
Also, Zoro, did you hear my answer to your question earlier? Thank you for the additional suggestions, everyone, but I think he's got it. It is going well, Fetch. Okay. Just making sure you actually heard that answer.
Duke.
Duke.
Gip Cab!
Yeah, I took a little bit. I was just cleaning up a mess that I accidentally made.
Yeah, I understand. Concussions can hit hard.
I know, right? I have a new particular pet peeve. I seem to be developing them with alarming frequency, but people keep doing stupid things.
What's up?
You know the what they're called in English, the things you put like on the table below the plate to avoid the table getting too dirty.
Table mat?
I guess like they're just like it for you.
Placemat?
Yeah, I think that works. Basically, we got some, and I hate them because they're like meshy plastic, so liquids and powder just goes through them anyway. They are purely uniquely decorative, and they're annoying to clean. They don't dry quickly, they stay wet, and you can't like rub them off or just kind of scrub off the thing like you would with the other ones we had. So they are single-handedly the most annoying to clean and the most useless at keeping things clean. And I was fixing the mess because I was making myself a little bit of milk plus the tiny hint of coffee that I put in it. And I accidentally spilled the powder and a little bit of the milk. And it all just went through all like 5 of the tablecloths we have. So I had to clean all of them. And it still managed to reach the counter. I am never letting Mom buy one of those again.
Fair enough.
I know my sister hated them. I just never really been too bothered by them until today. Now I fully understand. We are forming an executive committee. She has to get approval from all of us before she buys one of those again.
Could pull what my mom and her siblings did on my grandma. Move out. When my grandma apparently used to cook with so many dishes, and it wasn't until all of the kids moved out that she's like, "Oh, this is a lot of work to clean up. Maybe I don't need to use this, that, and the other thing for you know."
Well, normally it's not a problem because we tend to be fairly well attuned to each other as a coherent family unit in the simpler ways. Like, for example, Mom is the exact same as me. She seeks to wash the least amount of dishes possible when doing cooking. So if she can cook 3 things with a single pan, she will try. Not that she always can, but that's her strategy, is minimize cleaning. And it works for all of us. I'm the one who does the most dirty dishes, and it's because I have my rigid routines when doing food, and I have to follow them. Fuck you if you think they're inefficient. I will do them anyway. I'll clean my mess up, but it's my mess. You're not gonna stop me from making my mess or cleaning it up. On the flip side, she's refusing to buy new tablecloths, even though we all hate them, because, well, we bought them, we have to use them. So we're gonna suffer with them for like half a year longer, probably. They're terrible, so I expect them to break.
My grandma always got those, just a, like, plastic or rubber, one of those in-between things. It's a see-through tablecloth, or table covering thing. I actually wound up using, when she went to replace hers finally, I took some of it and the old one and actually used it as a screen protector for my DS. They work very well for it.
Yes. I mean, they're not like that. The problem is, like, normally for us, we just buy the little individual ones. In Spanish, we call them individuales because they're individuals. Go figure. And since we each seat has its own, it's no problem. Each person messes up theirs, they clean it up. Cool. The problem is now it messes up the table. So you have to clean both that and the table, so you might as well just not use it. But we have to use it anyway because the table is made of glass. So if you just use the the cutlery and the dishes on it, sometimes it'll scratch.
Row.
So you want to put the thing on top, and you just end up having to do so much. Like, it's why. I hate them. I can't express enough disdain for them. And I know the only reason they were bought is because they would have looked nice with the Christmas decorations we had.
Yeah. Function over form, always. And there are ways to combine both.
I mean, I assume nobody was present at the purchase, because I wasn't there when they were bought. I'm pretty sure it was just my mom, my dad, and my older sister. I assume nobody figured it. Good job, Fetch. I approve.
Hi, Toshime. I am tired, but okay. And perking up on energy thanks to caffeine.
I'm tired, but okay. I'm perking up on energy thanks to caffeine. I'm Gabe Gab. Pleased to meet you.
Weirney? Weirney!
And you're still muted. You're deafened.
Damn it. He keeps popping in and out.
No, that row was Lutherite.
No, he popped in and said something a bit ago.
Oh. Fair enough.
Why are you stuck in bed, Fetch?
Super glue like Rygon.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. I said Rygon was a good example, and that's what we end up. People super gluing themselves to the floor.
Meh. And Toshime, how was your day? Was work okay? It was work. Well, if you like Toshime, I offer a Gib Gab in compensation.
I'll be a charge, but I can give great conversations about the most random topics.
Yeah.
As long as you learn to not pay attention about it.
Oh, don't worry. I tune pretty much everybody out all the time.
Exactly. If you can do that, then
Unless
you
it
can
pertains.
Hmm?
Yeah, unless it pertains to me, I'm just whatever. Sorry, my attention is just like in that.
I'm the same. Don't worry. I know if I want to grab
What'd
your
you say?
attention, I just need to go TF if I want your attention.
Oh,
Exactly.
what?
Bonk.
Bang!
I have the crafting monitor. Why is it not registering?
Well, Fetch, I could probably play the
it
flute
doesn't
if you
come
gave me a
today.
few hours to practice, and if you gave me a flute.
My only
I know how to
instrument
play it.
is singing. You got the carrot and the stick in about a minute of each other? Oh no, Toshime. Dare I ask what happened?
What do you call it
Fine.
when somebody sees into the future? Prestidigitation?
No. Prestidig...
Foresight?
It's, kind of depends, but divination is probably the main one.
Just divination?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody that... titles for somebody that does so is like a seer. Sometimes a shaman might also do it.
Fetch, what was that in response to? To the revelation that I'm good at blowing, or that Zim is great at using his throat?
What?
We're talking about instruments.
I
Neither?
No, that was to Fetch, sorry.
Oh. You specify. Because I'm over here talking about one thing and you guys are talking about another.
hey, don't include me in this. I am vibing, I'm hanging out. I don't know what the hell Gib Gab's going on about.
I was just replying to Fetch.
You were keeping busy, but you needed to be bugging the customers more to give 5 on the survey. Oh, I hate that stuff. These companies are so out of touch with what with customers and stuff. It's like, really? You really think the customer wants to be bugged about giving a 5 on a survey? And yeah, Kindle, another title for somebody that sees into the future would be an oracle. Well, the metrics wouldn't even bug me if it wasn't a, oh, you didn't get a perfect 5 out of 5? Clearly you're a failure.
I mean, it's as simple as it comes. Executives need justifications for why they need to get bonuses. Good numbers equals good bonus. At least that's what I'm guessing.
You know, Rygon, Fetch brings up a good point. Rygon?
What?
I was saying that Fetch brings up a good point. Another title for somebody that sees into the future, Australian.
I don't get it.
Because they're like a
Time zone.
day ahead.
Oh. Why didn't they warn us about 9/11?
Wow.
I hate that because I've heard that question asked unironically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so have I.
Somebody saw it on a meme and then they went, that's a good point. Anyway, let's go ask them why they didn't.
Yeah, that's me making fun of those kind of dumbasses.
I mean, I know. I wouldn't put you on that same level, dear goodness, no. I don't want to insult you.
I don't know. Just yesterday, you were questioning my ability to, about dolphins. So I don't know. Press F to doubt, or press X to doubt.
I mean, to be fair, that's slightly different. I can totally see even, like, a well-educated person is not knowing that fact. Dolphin.
Yeah.
I wouldn't imagine it for time zones.
I,
Especially
who is a
considering
furry, who has been in the furry fandom for probably over, over a decade, does not know basic animal facts.
Touche. All I'm saying is you can never be too sure.
Fair enough. I do get your point to a certain extent. Like that one neurosurgeon or brain doctor, whatever the fuck he was, who ran for some political thing or another, who thought the pyramids were used to store grain.
Oh god.
Yeah, he was a smart dumbass.
Mm. I mean, I don't expect everyone to know everything all the time. To me,
Oh, sure.
the real deal
There is
just-
one practice I keep, though, and this is something from my dad. If you don't know what you're talking about, shut up. Because if
Oh,
you
yeah.
try to bullshit your way through it, somebody who knows that you're bullshitting will look at you with a lot less respect than they would have otherwise.
It's better to be thought of as an idiot than to open your mouth and leave no doubt.
That's a good way to put it.
I think that's actually from the Bible.
Alright.
Oh, listen, Mitch, if you don't know, don't
Oh.
say it. Yeah.
What is a good steel type?
Like,
The steel
good
guard?
A good steel type Pokemon? Oh, hey
I'll
there,
just say the
Abby.
steel order. Let's call it the Order of Metal.
You get a free return flight to anywhere in the world. Where are you going? Interesting question, Fetch. Abby, I am tired, but alright. How are you? Honestly, Fetch, if I had a free return flight to anywhere in the world, I'd probably give that to my grandma so she could go see Ireland. Because I know she really has wanted to see it for a long time.
Oh,
And well,
that's sweet.
I got a lot of, or I hopefully have a lot of life left for going wherever I want to go. She doesn't, so. You're recovering from Spiritfarer, a lot of feels. I have heard that about that game, Abby. Did you beat it, or? A lot of stuff happened in the game, that's fair. Well, we are here to offer warm hugs.
Ooh. Just had a fun answer.
What's up?
Greece, on the free return flight. Just had the fun answer of Greece to see the birthplace of the old classic.
Oh, the what classic?
Old classics. I assume you know works of art, statues, pantheon,
Oh.
that kind of thing. Which is kind of
Eh.
funny. Yeah.
I consider them outdated.
I mean, to be fair, I was gonna say that I actually found Italy a little more inspiring in that regard. When I think it was Florence had a really nice plaza display area full of all those statues, and they were actually kind of fascinating to stare at. Like, I was amazed at how just the little touches and details on the statues, those had to be chiseled and adjusted in very delicate manual ways. And it's insane how you can make like stone genuinely look soft. Like, oh, this person is wrapping their arm around the other person, and you don't consciously recognize all the little details, like the quote-unquote bend on the skin of the person in the statue. It's not actual skin, it's rock, but they make it look so natural. It's insane. And Florence had a beautiful square full of those statues. It had like 4 or 5 museums, one right after the other. It was insane. I love it.
I can definitely imagine.
Actually, fair enough, Jits. what was it? We went to Crete, and it was strange because we went to a relatively modern-ish part of it, but there were still some parts of it that's just you could tell there used to be very old stuff in there. We passed by a couple of like ancient houses kind of ordeal, and a lot of newer houses were built to look very similar, but you could tell from like the ancient house that that was just it had been there the entire time. It had stood the test of time, and the Pantheon was well in Athens. That was I don't know. Pantheon? I don't remember what it's called right now. But yeah, that was
There we go.
bigger than I expected.
Got all 19 typed up.
Ooh, high five.
Ouch.
I
I
forgot
never
you're
did like
still-
those people. What's up?
I forgot you're still super glued. Never mind. Meh. What you were saying? Sorry, you never liked those people.
I never liked people who always have to like slap or like punch harder than they need to. It's like high five. Why? What do you have to prove?
Pain. I must remind you of pain.
Ah, okay. So we got those all figured out, more or less. I'll probably have to come up with about 3 different orders under each one, but I can do that at a later time. Anyway, I'll zoom in and y'all can read a little bit on them.
I think I just crashed Minecraft. Oh, wait, it recovered. For now. Hello there, Sonic Nightbot. Oh god, my game is lagging bad.
I like the last one for the fighting types. I never
What was
thought
that?
of that, but not for Rygon.
Rygon stepped away.
I was reading. I heard. I have to remember to try to comment it. You know what? I'll admit, it depends on what I'm feeling in the mood for that free return flight, because I've been thinking about it, and it's like, there's so many different places I would like to see, for so many different reasons, that it just depends on what mood I'm feeling at the moment. Like, as weird as it sounds, I would love to visit, urban ruins. I know those can be kind of hard to get to at times, because they can be out of the way, and flights can get a little expensive to those places. And especially if you go for farther away ones. Like, I have a weird fascination with abandoned Russian cities. Extending into places that used to be former Soviet republics and such. So, like, visiting the city of Chernobyl would be really cool. Even if abandoned, even if I'd have to go with the radiation thingy. But I feel like it'd be cool.
There are definitely a lot of places that I would love to go see. Or not necessarily anywhere in particular, I should say. But for me, I love to explore and see new things, so plenty of places that I'd love to go see. They aren't necessarily anything in particular. I just would enjoy going around, seeing what's out there in the world. But at the same time, I can often get that kind of stuff just at home.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I want to do it because I feel like there are some experiences that in person you just cannot replicate
Oh,
at home. Not even in the way you think of like
I want to
the
clarify real quick. Like when I say at home, I mean like in my current city and such.
fair enough. Yeah, I had this little argument with a friend because he was like, I remember that I was telling them one of the most revealing experiences I had was visiting, like seeing the Eiffel Tower in person was a very revealing experience because I'd never understood how massive it was until I stood at the base of it. And he went into Google Maps, looked at the view of the Eiffel Tower, looked up and went like, oh, it's not that big. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not the same. It hits way different. And I've been like at the foot of tall places. I've been at the foot of the Empire State and of the Eiffel Tower, and for some reason the Eiffel Tower just felt that much more massive. Probably because I was just, it's, you know, empty in the bottom aside from the support beams. So you can literally just go under it and look up, and it's like, whoa.
You like to headcanon that popcorn was discovered when someone's silo caught fire? I gotta say, I wonder about some of those things. For example, who looked at a chicken and said, I'm gonna eat the next thing that comes out of that thing's butt?
I mean,
Am I wrong?
Somebody probably saw a chick come out of the egg, and they were like, what is inside the egg before it's born? And they cracked it up, and they were like, oh, edible.
Oh, what?
Well, cracking it open doesn't necessarily, like, you look at the inside of an egg, it doesn't really look edible.
I mean, if you can eat the chicken, why can't you eat the egg?
Yeah.
Because they are two very different things.
Yeah, but we're talking about like the first person who probably found that out was like, chicken comes out of here. Chicken edible. Why egg not edible?
I posed the question of who was the first person to look at a chicken and say, I'm gonna eat the next thing that comes out of that thing's butt.
Probably somebody who was starving. Protein's pretty hard to get out there.
But at the same time, if you're starving, why not just eat the chicken?
Because they did. Or the chicken ran away but left the eggs behind.
The chicken has sensed its impending doom.
God, that's old memories. It reminds me of when we were, I think, in middle school.
Go ahead and finish your story, and then I got something I want to read out to you guys.
Okay.
Okay. When we were in middle school, we got read a story, or we read in class a story called La Gallina Degollada, which is a story that has a particular scene, which we then watched a little film about. And the center point is the title of the film, which is necking a chicken before they eat it. And I remember now, like, I just blocked away that memory. Being shown that in school was one of the more, like, oh god, we did not have to see this. Thank you, teacher, but why? Hey. Fucked for chicken. Anyway, go on with your story or whatever you were gonna read out.
I was going to read you the 19 armies within the League of the Diligent Hour. Kind of like their typing, because I want to get a group like consensus. Like, okay, does the name sound okay? Does the specialization sound okay? That sort of thing. So the first one is the Carapist Spears, bug-type army. Specializes in infiltration, urban and jungle warfare, and large-scale efforts. The Bleeding Shadows, dark-type army. Specializes in spying, espionage, and psychic-type extermination efforts. The Rumbling Roar, dragon-type army. Specializes shock troopers, intense warfare, and protection of vulnerable areas. The Thunder's Dismissals, electric-type army, specializes messengers, natural disaster responders, and scouts. The Wavering Mirages, fairy-type army, specializes undead and monster hunters, riot responders, and negotiators/diplomatic entities. The Heaven's Fists, fighting-type army, specializes as bodyguards, frontline troops, and civilian evacuation responders. The Single Spark, fire-type army, specializes rapid response, battle mages, and volcano forest fire fighters. The Cardinal Winds, flying-type army, specializes in reconnaissance, aerial combat, and the movement of resources. The Shades of After, ghost-type army, specializes in corruption monitoring, long-term observations, and espionage. The Flowing Growth, plant-type army, specializes in environment cleanup, town restructuring, and defensive combat. The Mineral Echoes, ground-type army, specializes in siege warfare, search and recovery efforts, and underground desert combat. The Broken Blizzard, ice-type army, specializes in extreme weather combat, weather manipulation, and combat in snowy regions. The Common Guard, normal-type army, specializes in populous easement, rebuilding efforts, and basic town guard duties. The Last Drop, poison-type army, specializes in assassination, guarding of important figures, and creating political discourse. The Future's Wardens, psychic-type army, specialize in capture efforts, disaster divination, and intelligence monitoring. The Stone Wall, rock-type army, specialize in environment restructuring, defensive building, and trap-making. The Order of Metal, steel-type army, specialize in offensive and defensive combat, transport of precious items, and raiding of enemy territories. The River's Judgments, water-type army, specialize in sabotage, ship combat and sailing, and drought/flood recovery efforts. And finally, give me a second, the Final Answer, generalized army, specializes in general combat use, keeping the peace, and last-ditch efforts.
Is it called the
What do y'all
Final
think?
Answer?
Because they're literally like, if you have to bring these guys out, then you're like, that's it. They've got nothing else after. So it's either they solve the issue or they don't.
Okay, thought.
So how did the name sound and the specializations attached to each one?
Why are the Order of Metal offensive and defensive combat? I'd have thought of them to be just defensive.
I put them at offensive simply because I didn't have
Zoroark
enough of those.
720 has given you a major quest to craft a 10 hardened power solar panels in return for 16 MV connector, 16 MV relay, 16 MV wire insulated, and 1 transformer.
Well, okay,
yeah.
Zoro.
Steel type, I figure would be good on an offensive scale as well because, you know, swords, spears, all that jazz. They're combat oriented.
I can see it. Okay. Stone Wall.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say I'm really convinced by the name. It just sounds a little weird, at least to me.
Well, you're always welcome to, if you can think of a better one, let me know. They're a rock type army. What would you call them?
To be fair, that's the hard part.
And yeah, the stone wall I figured was fine because they're primarily employed as a defensive measure.
Jit says the Stonekeepers might flow better.
Can't use wardens. I already got wardens.
Yeah.
And keepers would be all right, but what are they keeping?
Oh, environment restriction. They're trying to keep things from, for example, landslides, maintain stability, valleys, kind of thing.
Real quick, Zoro, could you send me that on Discord, please?
Yes, this.
True, but the border would make sense, but they're not generally employed to keep the peace. Kind of like I mentioned, they're generally employed in order to create defensive measures. So environment restructuring, that's just like, hey, if we can change the environment, then we don't need to have disasters of such and such happen. And obviously defensive building, making walls, castles, all that jazz, and trap making. If there's a big offensive about to come down, then they would be the ones you would call in order to prepare.
Yeah,
Rock
I'm
singers
assuming-
is not a bad idea, but I feel like that gives them a little bit more of a whimsical tone than what I'm looking for.
I'm assuming the ones who keep the peace are the common guard.
Yeah, the common guard are the one that you bring in when rebuilding efforts are required. So they're like the replacement town guard until a town guard can get established, sort of a thing.
I was kind of wondering if population easement was a English word failing me today. Was a euphemism for they're complaining. Send them common guard.
Kind of. They're a normal type army, and normal types are generally considered to be the least offensive out of all the types. So it just kind of makes sense that if you've got a population that is rowdy, you send normal types in because they won't feel threatened by them.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to send a fire type and then suddenly, oops.
Yeah, or goodness knows, like a dragon type army, or one of the other super heavily militarized ones. Stonewall Weavers, that has a potential.
Shield of the land.
Yeah, these are just kind of like generalizations. That doesn't mean that each one would actually like fully interact in that way. Like the stone wall, just because they're primarily defensive in nature does not mean that they always will be. There's more than likely units that are purely offensive, or units that focus solely on things like rebuilding towns, stuff like that. Just the same as like within the single sparks, who specializes the fire type army, who specializes in rapid response, battle mages, and fighting volcano and forest fire disasters. You could easily find some that are probably in there in order to help. How best to say it? To help form a diplomatic approach in like two differing political parties by, creating a warm, comforting atmosphere that both can keep while negotiations are happening.
Yeah, so it's more just the general kind of culture, so to say, of each group. What they as a whole tend to lean towards.
Yeah, exactly. It gives me an idea of like, okay, this is what I can do with them. But again, these are huge populations that we're talking about here. So more than likely there's going to be some units that are not part of the status quo.
How do dual typings work here? Do they pick or they get assigned? Or
They just get assigned, I'm sure.
Hmm.
They either get assigned or they just kind of like fall into each of the groups.
I also have to admit, I love that you actually put fighting types as I think it was a disaster response. You
Mhm.
had I never thought about fighting types, but they would actually be really useful in that. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
let
an
me see if I
earthquake.
can find them.
Just a lot of heavy lifting you gotta do to pick up rebel.
Yeah, they specialize as bodyguards, frontline troops, and civilian evacuation responders.
We need to evacuate the civilians. Yeet them.
Well, I mean, just think about it. They're perhaps like they're very humanoid. They're very kind of approachable in some way. They are disciplined. Like, if it comes to being able to keep the peace in a stressful situation, I could see fighting types being very good at that. You know? And then they
Right.
can just, after the civilians are taken care of, they could just simply put their efforts towards dealing with the disaster at hand.
Yeah. Or if they have to be evacuated in the middle of the disaster, they have the chops for it too.
Mm-hmm.
How come the electric
Hello
type
there,
got the
Karma.
How come the electric types got the natural disaster responders?
Because they're usually the first one on scene.
How so?
Because they're electric types. They are fast.
Hmm.
But the idea behind it is most natural disasters usually carry with them a penchant for electric discharges. So for them, it makes sense for them to be on scene because they'd be the least likely to be affected by the natural disasters as they go about whatever business they need to handle.
Mm.
Like, I mean, I like look it up. I mean, there's volcanic lightning, sandstorm lightning, blizzard lightning. Like, lightning can happen in just about any natural disaster.
I mean, I just mostly thought about whether that would be them or if it'd be flying types as well, because they, a lot of natural disasters as well tend to do the same, but with wind or air currents.
Yeah, but flying types are weak to electric. Plus, I would imagine they also tend to be very vulnerable to like changes in atmospheric pressures and compositions. It's like if a volcano's going off with all that ash in the air, they would probably have a hard time actually being able to perform their duties.
I also wouldn't really expect electric types to be there in prediction of the volcanic disaster. That'll usually
Hey,
happen after.
like I
the storm.
said, I'm looking at them as like a rapid deployment sort of a thing.
Mhm.
They're not there to be the most effective. They're there to just be there until better equipped responders can get there.
It'd definitely be useful during thunderstorms.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, hurricanes too.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I still think nothing is effective against a high category hurricane, except maybe a steel type. Wait, seriously, like, gosh, I was watching footage of Hurricane Andrew's aftermath, and
Yeah.
like, I've literally gone to like the area that it used to be, and looking at the footage, like, yeah, there are houses and apartments there now, but after Andrew, it was just everything was just wiped clean to the concrete base, just everything. It doesn't matter what the building was made of. It was made of bricks, concrete, woods, just erased. It's kind of impressive and terrifying.
Joke.
Hello.
And
Definitely.
Hello.
Hey, Wolstein.
It also depends on the design considerations.
you're in tough luck against the Cat 5 Hurricane. That's not. You can't design for a 5.
Well, not really, but you can build for rebuilding afterwards.
Yeah, that's what remained. The concrete foundation.
Also, depending on the a mildly curious part, and of course, it's probably because of cost that's not done, but part of me wonders a little what would happen if, say, a little bit of study and consideration of wind currents and using that to redirect more of it over and around a house, but that's just me. After
If
all, a lot can be done. It's just a matter of how cheaply you want to do it, because, lo and behold, when it comes down to things, there's always a balance, and how much you want to accommodate for.
I mean, the problem mainly just comes down to the sheer force in a Cat 5. Like, most buildings can stand up to Category 3 Hurricane, because that's kind of what they're designed to do, and that's kind of what's the expected Hurricane that'll arrive at the generally strongest. Like, there's only been 4 Category 5 Hurricanes that have ever landed in mainland continental USA, and they haven't been pretty. But like a Category 4 Hurricane is nowhere near as destructive, even though it only seems like it's just one category less. But that's already at the point where even like some of the best construction will struggle. Category 5 is like, even if you build something to be quote unquote hurricane proof, you might have some of it standing, but like you can't build underground, you can't build further up. Whatever you build on ground level is probably gonna flood, and that's if the winds don't take it away. It's like you can't barely do anything against it. The only way you can really handle it is just very large scale infrastructure on like statewide or national levels that can accommodate for that much water, that much wind to even so much as have a good chance. And there you're talking outside of little individual building construction. And even then, Category 5 is a whole different beast.
Oh, fair enough. Another reason to build cheaply and rebuildably is also the fact that the more you invest in hardening a structure, that also means the harder it is to rebuild should it become damaged or require repairs or need maintenance. The cheapness of things is also what allows all that to happen. There's just a fine line between cheap and shoddy.
That's true.
Dude,
But that's also a minor
Well,
deviation.
I'm gonna
Plus,
be
I
honest.
really-
I have been completely lost on this conversation.
Oh, I just came in because I heard all the structural talk, and I enjoyed that slightly.
Worst enemy are natural disaster nerds.
Well, yeah, no, I could easily construct. Well, okay, maybe not easily. I'd need the money a little first, and I need to stop giving that away. But I could probably have a house by now if I wanted, and have it decently made. And I very much am one for mild armoring to preferably be able to take a bullet or two. But that's just me. And I also still want to do that on a budget, which I could probably pull off with a little bit of creative engineering.
You just keep reinforcing that one statement Rygon once said about how if the apocalypse ever happens, he's gonna turn to you. For the zombie apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's all sorts of fun, creative solutions that can be done. It's just a matter of whether or not you have the will and dedication for it at the time.
Yeah, when are we playing Project Zomboid, and when are we gonna make WoW the like experienced survivor to teach us all?
I'd have to get used to the system first. And then it's a matter of deciding how I want to approach it. Because after all, sometimes, as fun as based construction can be, there's also a certain joy in a nomadic approach sometimes. So it does come down to that a little. Definitely would be fun to see what creative solutions can come up with a base, though.
I would still I would definitely still be trying to stream.
Very true. So, have you let you oversee the base and then chaos that occurs there, and occasionally bring you out on little raid safaris then.
I mean, to be fair, in Zomboid, I was playing with some friends, and we just reached the point where we were so comfortable and safe in our base that I just grabbed a shotgun and I went outside and started killing stuff, and I was like, this is fun. And then a horde formed, and I had to run back to base to resupply because I ran out of bullets. And then it was a moment of like, oh god.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no. You see, there's your first mistake there. It's totally fine to go out and do your nonsense, but when you bring that back home, that's the issue.
Well, see, the problem
You
is...
break off and lose them elsewhere, and then come home.
Well, the problem is I'm lazy and I didn't want to waste the time doing that. But also, to be fair,
Exactly.
to be fair, to be fair, I already had backup homes ready, so I wasn't too worried.
Okay, cool. So you did have a plan then, at least.
Obviously, like I remember when we first started, like my first immediate thought was, "Oh, cool, we can secure this house." Anyway, I'm gonna go secure like 3 or 4 houses around it.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly. And that is a good approach.
Yeah, I am paranoid, but it helps eventually. Also, sorry to distract from all your work, Dragon. Uh, generally your names seem pretty good. I couldn't find any like egregious ones that I thought were just bad. The only one I kind of didn't really fancy was the stone one, but it's not bad. It's just one I personally didn't fancy. But otherwise, I like most of them.
Man.
Hep hep. Also, you need to
Alright,
make.
so they sounded fine.
And they did to me.
Okay. Most names were serviceable. Alright. I'll keep them as is, though I might change out that stone wall one since it was mentioned across a couple of different people.
Hmm.
The only other one that
Yeah, and Kindle, that's how I envision the electric types. They're first responders, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the best responders. They're just there first.
Yeah. Well, always a rapid deployment force and then follow up with a rebuilding effort. Rapid deployment to get the most individuals out of harm's way as possible, follow up with rebuild after. You need to be fast but safe.
part of me just wants to see a flying type first responder squad. This is like the hardest, most badass flying types. They're just like, oh yeah, we have to fucking fly into a hurricane. Alright, bet.
Well, that one even then would have to come down to a very specific and select few in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
The common flyer could not handle a hurricane. The wind forces involved are going to cause some very serious injuries very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So that would require special consideration.
I was reading a story about those boat that sunk on the coast in the Caribbean of a couple of islands, and the problem was the boat was sinking in the middle of a hurricane because due to some shenanigans they accidentally quote unquote ran into the hurricane, and they were basically stuck there sending mayday signals begging the Coast Guard to come help them, and the Coast Guard actually found a very small team of people willing to fly the plane into the hurricane, and they were like, all right, so you're like the best pilots we have. Can you actually reach them? To be honest, we're searching for a needle in a haystack. We can't fly that far down because the plane will literally tear itself apart. But we can try.
Yeah.
And they searched for hours above the hurricane, battling against the winds, and even basically flying above the hurricane. When they returned to base, it was like, all right, no, this plane cannot fly again for a few days. This is battered hard.
Well, yeah, no, that's because taking it through all that, you could fly it again, but for after that, that's you put a lot of stresses on it, and you've got to give it a full inspection to check for any cracks, any damages, or even if it's just physically damaged. I mean, hell,
It
technically
was
speaking,
pretty
if we're being
battered.
technical, with it, our airport and whatnot, you so much as ding an aircraft, and it's got to be brought in for inspection. Because while that small ding looks light, it can have a far-reaching consequence of where it's actually affected.
Yeah. And yeah,
Technically speaking, it can go off fine, but just for safety, it's got to be checked. That said, you can still totally fly it if you're willing to accept that risk.
nah, that
Generally, it's regulated such that we don't.
I remember seeing the footage of that plane afterwards. It was not flyable.
I
That
don't
shit
know.
was kind of. I mean, it could fly. It was just a living, breathing disaster waiting to happen.
There we go. Because when it comes down to it, you'd be surprised how far you can push a lot of machinery if you know what you're doing. I mean, hell, there's a lot of...
Yeah.
Most people are not as attuned or as aware to the forces they are experiencing and feeling at any given time. And those same details are something that can come in very handy in an emergency. or if you choose to do so. That's only going in assuming you already know what you're at, though.
Look, all I'm saying is here's the way I see it, right? From their testimonies, that plane barely survived the hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a couple of moments where they were pretty sure they were going to die. And they didn't. I'm pretty sure if they flew it back in there, the wings would just rip off.
Oh, no, not back in there. Oh, Lord, no.
No.
I thought you meant just for standard in a pinch emergency, like a lesser storm, or if some idiot flips a boat after the hurricane or some such. I didn't mean you. Okay, yeah, no, not right back into a hurricane, no.
I mean, even if they have to fly back into like a smaller storm or even just calm weather, I could totally understand if they didn't want to. I think one of the windows just straight up shattered, just casually,
Yeah, no, entirely so.
and they had to go and wear the mask. So it's just like it was a whole ordeal. It was so insane. I couldn't. Those people are crazy. They need a raise.
There is a lot you can accommodate for. There's a lot you can prepare for.
Yep.
And once you're out of it, you recognize, okay, we're going to try to refrain from doing that again. We tried, but we're
I'll give them credit, by the way.
the back of my mind is sitting here thinking also just like, I know there are times technically on scene and such, for example, where the back of my mind's like, technically we should back off, but we got this.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll give them credit. They wanted to. They were like, "Give us another plane, we'll go out again." And their management was just like, "No, you were out there for like 3 hours. You go rest. I'm not letting you back into that hurricane. You're just gonna waste fuel at this point."
Yeah, understandable there. But that said, again, going back to that point, honestly, I could still see some flying types going into it, especially if they're prepared for it. Like, for example, we could probably, because, I mean, flying types can already carry a ludicrous amount of weight to begin with in terms of Pokemon, and just do ludicrous things to begin with. So I could easily see some bracers and such to help support a wing under higher stresses without compromising the ability to fly. And I could also see relatively simple fixtures upon the face that could allow for flying under undesirable conditions or through, say, particulate, dust, ash, etc.
I
So
just
there's
use a Corv.
possibilities for it.
I mean, well, I just use a Corviknight. There, easy.
Well, even then, there's still just some considerations. Yeah, it's its own possibility, but
What is even going on in this voice chat right now?
Talking about a potential flying
no
type
idea.
response team
Imagine it being
that just flies straight into dangerous
Chrysophos!
weather.
hello, Chrysophos.
Hello.
He's cute.
Oh no.
Yeah, I completely lost track of forever ago, Karma.
That's honestly.
So we're talking about hardening and weatherproofing with respect to structural resilience. Then we talked about the severity of hurricanes, talked about the viability of flying to enter undesirable circumstances, talked about an individual case of having done so, then talked about hardening and gear for allowing individuals to survive conditions beyond what they normally would, or at least more reliably so. And we are now here talking about flying types again. And I just love coming up with creative solutions to things, so that is just just a light occurrence that came on my mind. Gab has just been feeding
Okay.
back off that very well.
You know what you made me think of while you were saying all that? You know how you normally put like water hoses on the hydrant, right?
Depend on the use, but yeah, usually.
Or the fire truck or whatever. What if you just put the fire hose on the Blastoises like water cannons?
Raygon,
I mean, why though?
help.
the only, I don't see the purpose and benefit of doing this.
Well, look at it this way, right? If you do that, then you can have people use the fire hose, and that's cool.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
there's plenty of other water types that can assist on that by that point.
Yeah, no, but what we just say, right? Blastoids are the fire truck. So you have the fire truck, and then you need the fire hose.
Fair enough. I believe the tool that might be more fitting of their form to begin with, though, is just there are mortar type fixtures that can be set and fed with a line, and that just so simple ballistics would be sufficient for putting water on a structure like so, especially for higher structures.
Touché.
Yeah, Karma. I am confused. Part of the chat's apparently confused.
Oh no! Apologies.
You're welcome.
You
You're
two
welcome.
have completely lost all of us.
It's simple. Zim. Creative Pokemon use cases for funny ways, or useful ways. You know, at first you could say, oh, well, use an electric type to charge your phone. But now we're talking, okay, if you had to send someone to rescue someone in a hurricane, for instance, what Pokemon would you send?
The chat is hurt itself in confusion. No! Oh.
I think y'all are getting confused because other people are confused. That's a mage. This is not that hard to follow.
Kip Cap? Yes, it is.
It is actually very hard to follow for some, so it's entirely fair and valid.
What's up,
There's-
Emma?
Well, it's also because you two seem to be going from one thing to the next to the next to the next, and leaving all of us behind.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
That's because you need to get on the same chaotic wavelength as me and Will. We've like tuned into each other's radio frequency.
Oh no, I just if I'm in a good mood and I'm feeling well, I can cycle between many things and track up to 3 conversations.
Me and Will were just chatting on the self-destruct radio channel in Barotrauma.
I'm sitting here working on Minecraft stuff and trying to follow along, but it is not working.
That is entirely fair and valid. The both of us have nothing on at our hands at the moment, so that's probably part of why. I also laugh a little because on top of all this chaos and whatnot and this discussion of specialties, I'm just laughing at the fact that there is the ability tinted lens that exists for the sole purpose of...
Oh my god, we're continuing.
I'm just chiming in that on top of all this chaos, the back of my mind sits here thinking there is an ability that is legitimately the purpose of, I am ineffective against you. Think again. This hits normally.
Help!
Alright, Zim, I'll ask you a simple question and we can follow from there, okay? You live in a Pokemon world where Pokemon have, you know, jobs. Like, cool, your Blastoise might work as a firefighter. Or your Pikachu might work as a mobile phone charger.
Zoroark 720 says, free the self-destruct, free the self-destruct, free the self-destruct.
That's one thing that I can actually understand. Yes.
Thank you, Zoroark.
That's a mage. I cry. And here I was just trying to ask a question about TF.
What does this have to do with TF?
Well, I was in the middle of asking the question. But I see.
And yet, in the midst of all the chaos, Wolf Mage is apparently stealing Zim's soda, coffee, and stocks through the use of teleportation. I'm sorry for your loss, Zim. We'll get you more coffee.
Joke's on you, Wolf Mage. I don't have any coffee or soda.
Oh. Sorry, Wolf Mage. I think you had the wrong target.
My condolences, Sim. Although I'm on the same boat, we have no soda in the house, and I'm in pain. But it's probably good. Probably a good thing.
I try not to keep soda in my house.
I try not to, but then they keep buying it, and then I just end up going like, all right, well, I guess there's soda. Might as well.
Ye. For the longest of times, I stopped drinking soda for a little while, and then I went and tried a taste of Dr. Pepper, and it's one of the few sodas where, after not drinking it for a while, it was not actually disgusting. The only downside, it wasn't disgusting. I have to be careful not to drink too much of it.
I quit soda for a very long while, and then
So
COVID hit.
let's at least bring Rygon into this conversation, please.
Fair enough.
Entirely fair. I just looked over and see a Vaporeon just wiggling flan on its head. Sorry.
You know,
Rygon,
include
are you still
the
alive?
streamers in the conversation. Maybe.
Fair enough. Oh. Alrighty.
Rygon, are you alive?
Rygon.
This is why I should just let you sign into my Crunchyroll, because it will have to
What is
translate
it?
it of all those things.
We're
over.
wanting to include you in the conversation.
Is it time for me to come back into the conversation?
Apologies, we never meant to leave you out. We just got rolling on a ball that we forgot to keep track of who was still on board.
Yeah.
I've been resting for the last little bit while you guys have been doing your thing.
Rygon, don't loop me in on their whatever that was.
No, you're
Don't
you're
loop me
complicit.
into this. I was completely
complicit.
lost.
You're complicit for not stopping us earlier.
So I tried stopping you earlier and you kept going. And then I tried again and you kept going.
You know, actually, that's true.
Apologies. You'll have to be a little more overt with me. I am horrible on subtlety.
I wasn't being subtle. But I guess that's why we get along so well, is I'm very, very blunt and direct.
Wow,
real
forced
nice-
trauma.
That's
But
a real
anyways,
nice thing
Rygon.
to get along
You can
with
still
us.
skip it if you want.
Thank you for the resub, Al Karma. Much appreciated. Glad to see you supporting the channel. For 3 whole months. Wow. Can you believe it's already been that long?
Time flies.
Just wait until you get to those elusive and wonderful beings that subscribe for, 6 years. Speaking of, I should probably get more of those subscriber badges for the higher amount of people. There ain't many of them, but I'm
But honestly,
just
be
rambling a
like,
little
the
bit.
plot is
Never
great.
mind.
I've got tiered subscription things.
Oh, I was saying that I should probably get more of the subscriber badges.
Oh.
Because
Well, is there anything you all wanted to talk about then?
I just
Like,
want to have you included.
I've got the poker roll thing going, but that's pretty much where my concentration was.
I purely just wanted to make sure that you were being included.
Oh,
Like, I'm sitting
thank
here
you for the
just doing
resub,
Minecraft,
Wilson.
so...
Much appreciated, man.
Yee.
boom, boom.
Oh, we got a hype train going. Apparently,
Hype
2 subs and a couple of biddies was enough to do it. Well, thank you for the bits, by the way, Give Gap.
You just need 3 people doing things. Just subs or bits.
Well, there you all go. There's a hype train. If you want to get yourself an emote, feel free to toss in a little bit. I think it's like 100-bit minimum, and you can get yourself a nifty little emote that is exclusive to the hype trains.
There's so many of them. I need
Yes.
this stuff, but I want all of them.
There are many hype train emotes to pursue. So many.
Need more.
Yeah, like kind of like I mentioned, like overall stuff was where my concentration is, so I'm just not really sure where to go from here.
Well, we were last talking about the, I believe it was different groups. The different, I think I saw armies listed on it.
Yeah.
Anything further along in those lines of that vein and such?
Well, if I were to continue working on them, it would probably be to break down maybe some more specialized units within them or notable units within them. Like, for example, the Lucario that were found on the battlefield in like the first episode, they probably would have their own individual unit within their specific army, and they'd be like the Holy Order of the Spike or something like that.
Fair.
Well,
We'll
the
put that
order.
on a sticky
Yeah.
note somewhere, because I keep forgetting to watch that first episode.
Yeah, like these armies are more of a collection of units that all share a similar goal. That doesn't necessarily mean that they all agree with each other or have the same military structure. Like some are mercenary groups, others are more traditional military. Yet others still are just a collection of spies, peasants, infiltrators, holy orders, knighthoods, night orders, and stuff like that.
It's more akin to a league/confederation than a unified group.
Hence why they're called the League of the Diligent Hour.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Like they're literally their only thing that they're interested in is just preventing, well, the apocalypse in a sense.
Which could literally be brought about by any number of Pokemon that just decides, yeah, I'm angry today.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why their services are necessary, and why their group is so large, because it is a very real possibility.
Seriously,
You know,
though,
not to mention all the various different cults, the issues that have been going on around the world. Never mind the fact that legendary Pokemon are a thing. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that seriously, living in the Pokemon world would be terrifying.
Be stressful. Oh, we got about a minute left on the hype train. Feel free to sub, gift, or put in some biddies if you want to get yourself your emote, everyone. It'll help support the channel, and you get a little something for it.
Imagine being a Pokemon.
I'd say let's keep it going. Choo choo. Choo choo.
Imagine
up?
being TF'd into a Pokemon, right? And you're kind of learning how things work. And then some random Pokemon sneezes and a mountain explodes. Kind of terrifying.
It can happen.
I just imagine Groudon sneezes, or like Lugia has a cold. Ah, there you go. Vicious natural disasters abound. Whoops. Well, for a legendary Pokemon, I always imagine them as just not necessarily uncaring, but in a kind of separated.
Hype train. We're at level 2 now. Oh, thank you, Give Gab, so much for the 500 biddies.
Should I
If
play
I
the
got some Pokemon,
hype
we
card?
collectively. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, it's just kind of the most hype song I can think of.
I can try looking for a hype song. Let me see what I've got in my little bag of tricks.
Well, while you're looking, there you go. I get copyright flagged every time this song comes up, but it is just too damn good.
Oh, thank you, Slitherite, for the 200 biddies. Much appreciated. Oh no, there's a bigger back.
Yeah, let's get this hype train going over on Rygon's channel. For those of you over here on mine, make sure you go over to Rygon. He's right there in the he's right there in the title of the stream. He is a fantastic friend. Go check him out. Help out with that hype train, everyone.
200 biddies gets a giant Pokeball thrown at me. 300 breaks my screen. And if you... Oh god, which one brings out Mr. Bones? We need to bring out Mr. Bones. Let's see. I found some instrumentals. What's up?
I think I need to go commission someone for a some custom hype songs.
Let's try downloading that one.
Zenith! Hello there, Zenith. I am not cute though.
Here we go.
But I suppose I will accept the other part of that.
Nope, don't want that.
Yeah, I'm having a pretty nice night myself.
Here, let me just turn everything down for a little bit.
Turn everything down. Okay, would you like $1 million? No.
Apparently, even leaving it at like 1% was still really freaking loud for this thing.
1% for what?
Sound.
Joke.
Volume.
What he's got playing.
Oh, okay.
Let me try playing audio.
Can you adjust it on voice meter?
No.
I was just checking because I know, like, I think I don't know if YouTube still does it. It does. I've been using it for you for a while, but on Twitch at least, and somewhat of YouTube, their volumes will ignore your volume settings. So
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. All right, let's try it. Let's try it now. All right, this is our inspirational, everyone. If you want to help out a poor little Vaporeon, this is your chance for glory.
and loot. Just look at those icons.
My screen.
Good night, Wolf Mage.
Thank you so much, Slitherite, for the 300 biddies. And have fun with all of your emotes, everyone.
Meanwhile, I'm just over here strip mining.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it reminds me when I played on a Minecraft server a long time ago where this dude, he just had like this machine mod or whatever. He made a machine that pretty much did all the digging for us. It just like in it like was in a big square and it just like dug all the way down to the bedrock and it was just like
Oh, I know
had
the
all the
mod you're talking.
resources like almost immediately. And I was just like, great, well, that was fun. Awesome.
Yeah, it's difficult doing mods like that and such just because if you specialize in it, you go real fast. Oh, that's great. But there's also the fact that unless you take the time and show others, no one else really gets to join in on the fun of that.
No, for
That
me, I mean,
is
I literally made like one tiny house and then he had all the resources and was like, well, all right, cool. I didn't do anything. I didn't feel like I participated. We have everything we need now. Not really much of a sense of adventure or anything. It was just like blah. Like, why am I even here?
that's kind of part of why I've been playing. I've not been pursuing a server for this, is because the last time that I ran a server, I kind of ran into that problem where it's like, oh, they're ready to kill the dragon, and I'm sitting over here still with stone tools.
Yeah.
Ugda, ugda.
Entirely fair, yeah. That's something I've encountered a little bit with roaming between folks and whatnot. It's always interesting to see how that pans out. That's also part of why I like to play with folks sometimes, is because I've I've gotten I like to think I do good at metering myself to whoever I'm playing with, because for me the fun is just getting to play with someone, and so I'm more than happy to dial it back or whatnot, and just see what the other person does, or
Yeah.
request it.
It's like I would love to play with somebody else, but I am literally 30 episodes into this. I I I I am 30 episodes into this mod pack, and just barely got an ME system up.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
An ME system is basically digitized storage. You get all your stuff and put it into a big computer database thing, and it handles things like it handles a lot of crafting for you. Particularly it's meant for the more tedious things where it's like, okay, you gotta craft 3,000 of this item.
Oh.
But for me, it's like I enjoy going through the Minecraft, and I just have my own slower pace compared to most people.
Oh.
But I definitely understand what you're talking about there, Rygon, because when it was a struggle for me back when I was first getting interested in modded Minecraft, because I ran into that. It's like everybody else is doing all this stuff, and me, I'm like, yeah, I got a house.
No, for me, it's a big reason why I particularly dislike playing with individuals who already know a game.
Yeah.
Because, then they take off, they know what they're doing, yada yada, and I'm just over here stuck in the dirt, like you said, just banging on a rock. It's not fun. It doesn't feel like I'm being productive. And yeah, you could always have the argument like, "Oh, we're gonna show you the ropes and all that." It's like, great. And I also get to feel like I'm being spoken down to as well.
I just know that I personally would be happy to show you, to actually walk you through stuff and let you do stuff. Because that's what I wound up finally getting.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, I would. I had a friend at the time who was like, "Why aren't you really playing?" And I'm like, "Well, because I have no idea what I'm doing, and you guys are so far ahead, and I can't make heads or tails of any of this."
Yep. And that's another side of why I like to take the time and see if anyone would act like. If you're interested, I'm more than happy to show you things, or if you have questions to do that. And I usually try to keep in that same line so that I don't leave them behind. Because when it comes to like showing little processes and such, it's very helpful to show the step by step and whatnot, rather than just, yeah, this is how you do it. As there's things that are
Exactly.
lost, things that are dropped out, and it doesn't give them the chance to experience why it's fun to have found it. In its own way, it's kind of teaching in its own regard of you don't just simply give all the formulas and such, you give an understanding.
The understanding of how you got from point A to point B instead of just showing, hey, here's point B.
Yeah, exactly.
And Zenith, I will say that as far as that goes, I would definitely need the help with the funds for running a server, but I am open to starting one up here at this point. I will say that I would be keeping the same world, and I have kind of mined a lot of it and done a lot across the entire world. So, you know. But the world is practically infinite, so there's plenty still left to see out there. But if you guys want to help with that, go on to our Patreon. That's where I'm going to be collecting the funds for the server. There is a new tier on the Patreon specifically for server costs for running a game server. So if you guys want to help make that happen, there you go. You can give more than the amount that I set it to, which was $5, I think. But well, as far as messing things up, we can protect our areas from that sort of thing. Well, that's fair, Zenith, and I appreciate that.
Oh, hey, a Growlithe has appeared.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt, I just thought you might be interested in that one at least.
Oh, that is very much something that you should interrupt for.
Yeah. And it's always fun too, because, like, for example, on the Starbound run we were doing, sure, yeah, you were going like slow on stuff, but honestly, it was much appreciated. It was fun seeing what you were doing with the house. The back of my mind was chuckling, thinking, "Oh, just wait till they find more stuff to put in there."
Oh god, I collected so much garbage in that.
Oh, no worries. There's ways to manage that.
But yeah, the server tier on the Patreon is not just for Minecraft. Like, it's kind of like once I get tired of Minecraft, I will switch the server over to something else or something along those lines, but it's just general helping to have servers, period.
Oh shoot! One of my friend groups, they cycle through games so quickly and whatnot.
That is
But-
one of the reasons I don't really want to, why I don't play on others' servers, only ones that I run, is because of that right there. It's like, yay! I just got to the point where I can take on the end dragon. Anybody want to? Oh, you guys are all playing this now.
Yep.
Let me know if anybody has any ideas for how I can keep working on the poker roll stuff. I'm just gonna lie down until an idea comes to mind.
How about some side quests? Like, it wouldn't hurt to have some of those, at least, ideas formed for them before we get to that point.
Oh, I've got a list.
Ooh, okay.
I just haven't had a chance to really utilize any of them because
Well.
you all haven't really been in a situation for it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, that doesn't
of
mean you
course I
can't
could always-
refine them.
Well,
Ah, crap.
I'll just say it's hard to refine them if I don't know if they're ever going to really come to use.
It's more of a, this is the kickstart notes of, if this comes up, this is what I build off of, and this is the situation the group has fitted in kind of approach.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Like, the notes that I have are fairly bare bones for a reason, so that way I can just be flexible and manipulate them as I need to.
Open.
I certainly don't mind making more side quest stuff. It's just, okay, what direction do I go with it? Are these going to be until you all are, like, say, recapture Starlight? Are these something as an aside? Do I even want to make an aside quest? Because, like, if you all go off on some other adventure and you're not concentrating on Starlight, then, that whole thing could blow up in your face. But then I'll probably get blamed because I sent you all on a side quest instead of concentrating on the thing you want to concentrate on.
That's a
that
kind
was
of
understandable.
negative way to look at it, Brygon.
No, I've already been blamed for it.
Well, that's part of where the player and storyteller feedback has come in a little as well. It's just to be able to clarify and see if objectives were met and such.
Yeah.
And yes, sometimes that does break down, but that's to be expected. We're all doing our own thing. Well, you all are in this case. But it's just how it sometimes goes, and there's different approaches to try again for a later attempt.
Yeah. This is one of those things that I'm keeping consideration now. I've already had it be drawn as a criticism once or twice before in the past, and I don't care to have it happen a third time.
Fair enough.
Thank you for that, Zoro.
If I do side quests, then it would just be like something to maybe help you out with your Starlight Expedition goal. But that's about it.
I mean, why not?
Because I haven't thought of what they're going to be yet. I mean, I've got a couple of considerations, but nothing like official.
And of course, there's always just the day-to-day events and whatnot. I mean, depends on the overall feel of what Starlight is to be. And other similar areas and types.
Wait a second, Wolfstein. I missed what you said.
Oh, no worries. I was also chiming in that there's also just something to flesh out, like between any outstanding events of just what's kind of going on within, say, Starlight or other areas, just kind of to give it a little more, just to give it the lived-in feel, I suppose, while also giving yourself some time and the players time between stuff, if that's ever needed. So it doesn't have to be like mission after mission per se, unless the players want that. But that's a discussion for you and the players.
I don't know. I guess that'll just be one of those things I have to consider.
Yeah. All sorts of little world building and such to include.
Because there's a few ways I could work this. There's always the receiving magical item direction, right? But I don't know if that's something I want you all to have access to so early. There's a gathering of allies, which is probably one of the more likely things to happen. All right, so how do I play it out to make it enticing enough for you all to do it? And how do I do it in a way that's engaging without it stretching on for frickin' ever?
Fair enough.
Plus, there's also now the consideration of the newest member of our group.
What about him?
He needs a period of time to be integrated.
Yeah.
Ah. Well, for that, I would say that side quest would probably be pretty rewarding for helping him get integrated without it impacting the main story.
Yeah, so but again I have to be delicate about how I do it and how I approach it. Like how do I naturally bring it in while potentially allowing you to fulfill your goals as a group and making you all feel like you're moving forward as opposed to just taking a sidestep.
Well, I mean, this is a personal thing for me, but like
I bet they were.
it's just, I'm just bringing it up as an example. The idea for the Hone Edge, the side quest involved with that, something along those lines where it's got a clear end benefit to our group. Maybe like a supply run, or perhaps you could give us a some other manner of benefit, perhaps finding Edge, was it? The Mydiana?
Yeah. So,
Maybe with
yeah, I think
maybe
Edge was a Zoror.
the one that's outside, the dark type one that's outside of Starlight still, that was denied and
Yeah.
re-entry. You
Yeah,
could
I know what you're talking about.
you could have us come across whispers of him and his location. So, like, it is a sidestep towards getting back to Starlight, but it also has that potential for forward momentum.
Well, that's exactly it. By sidestep, I'm talking about like, oh, you all happen to do like a dungeon or something like that, and it doesn't feel like you made progress towards your ultimate goal. Something like taking care of.
Real quick. Sorry. Zenith, have a great night, and thanks so much for coming by. Sorry, carry on.
Something like the Mighty Yena would be a forward progress. But again, I have to figure out, okay, how do I arrange this in a delicate manner that is appropriate not just for you all as a group, but also feeling like relatively balanced in how it's moving forward. Like there are a couple of considerations I have to take with that particular challenge. That what if you all don't succeed? What if you choose to back out? What if you how do I make sure it's balanced that you all don't go off on that tangent for 10 rounds and so on and so forth?
Kind of like we did with the house.
Kind of like you did with the house, yeah. The house was
It,
meant to be a base of operations, sure, but it was meant to be kind of like a place you kind of stop at, and then you go out, and then you come back, and then you go out, and you come back. Slowly gathering allies, resources, etc., and that ended up not being really the case. Plus,
There's
you all are
some-
also looking at a time limit now, too.
yes. So it could be a... Stay there forever in the pit of death, traitor. So on that front, I mean, we can still be gathering allies. We could just get supplies. Or it could just be something that we kind of stumble into. Like, it may be technically a side quest, but like the ground giving out beneath us and we wind up in a cavern, some kind of underground facility or something. And so part of us trying, getting back to our forward momentum is exploring this and finding a way out. And that can still be very interesting to explore such a place.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I don't know. There's just a lot more thought I got to put into this, especially with the Saturday game coming up. Like, I doubt you all are gonna get too far in this next session, but once you eventually do get there, like, I gotta make sure I got my ducks in a row.
From what I recall, we are currently moving, like, we've been directed towards Oran Grove still, right? We weren't actually given directions to Starlight. Or am I misremembering?
Yeah, you weren't given instructions. That's correct. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah. We were planning to... I know Jet was going to ask for actual directions and be like... Another clip in the Trader series. The ZGF Trader series. But like with like right now there's the potential that we get false directions. We could wind up actually getting the directions to Starlight and start making our way there. I think that would probably be what we would do if we actually got real directions. But even, like, I don't know. I guess I'm just not understanding what the difficulty here is for coming up with something. Can you help me understand what exactly you're trying to figure out what to do with or such?
Kind of. Some of it is spoiler stuff that I can't really go into detail.
Well, yeah, but trying to offer
I'm
suggestions.
I'm just trying to think of the next step for you all to take. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All right.
You know, like what kind of a quest can I put you all on that allows you to accomplish what you need to accomplish, get to where you need to go, and prevents you from feeling overwhelmed. The Mightyena direction is perhaps the most likely, not certain, but most likely one I'm going to take. But there is a lot of shit I got to consider for it. Like, it's one of those things that if I'm not careful, it could easily end up with a player death, or people feeling like their time was wasted, or whatever.
Slitherite, do you think he's worried about making stuff that could possibly be wasted if the players end up not doing it? I am not
That's
sure
part
if...
of it. But that's not my main concern, no. I'm afraid that the players will do it and not enjoy it. Or it'll end up being, you know, doing nothing for the overall plot.
I can say that I myself have just been simply enjoying this world and such, and I just want to see more. That is my stance on all of this, pure and simple. I just want to see more.
If I might ask, do you happen to have, say, kind of just a rough running timeline of how things are progressing, Rygon?
No.
Okay.
That's all in my head.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just wonder if maybe just on your end, or even if the players line up doing it or something like that, of just kind of a rough sense of how much time has passed, as a hint of, say you have something upcoming that you're hinting to the players that slowly grows more prevalent or urgent or whatever as the time goes on, and if the players, when the players choose to proceed, that's might say flavor the approach they have on it by that point or something. And also means that it's always got something you're kind of nudging towards at a given time. Would that perhaps help with kind of setting directions a little easier? Or not quite?
Rygon?
What's up?
Woe is just asking you questions and stuff.
Oh, sounded more like a statement.
Apologies.
What's up?
I was asked. What the suggestion I'd offered, and was curious if that might help. Was would it help to have kind of a timeline so that you have, just as the days go on and such, as the party doesn't do something, you just kind of drop little hints along the way of, like, hey, this event can be attended to. Kind of say that the party is aware of something from day one, and on day 5 they hear some more, say, some sort of update of some variety, a traveler who passes on info, something they found, just what might something.
Well, yeah,
like
that's
that
already happening.
Okay. Because I know that's helping with getting them back to Starlight now and such. I was just wondering if you keep a note on how stuff like that is developing, just as maybe a, if nothing happens for a little while, give them a little nudge again.
Oh, yeah. It's all in my head.
Okay. any possibilities of because I don't know, it might just be me, but I wonder if there's also a mild concern of whether the party feels ready for returning and such, just because of I'm not sure how it's painted and how the players slash characters feel about all of it per se, but there would be some hesitation of returning with just the small party to handle a problem.
Oh yeah, and hence that's part of my dilemma with the upcoming quest.
Okay, so as long as that leads to something to help with a little there and all, because
Yeah, like I said, the quest is very complicated. It's something
okay.
that has a lot of different pieces to it, and that's one of them. That's why I have to make
Okay.
sure that it's well balanced and meets the objectives I'm trying to have it meet.
Okay, good. So that is being considered. That's good.
Yeah.
Apologies, I just wanted to make sure was all. Hmm. Well, as long do you feel ready with it then? Do you feel like there's anything you need to have done and ready by the time that arrives, or
Yeah, the
do you
side
think?
quest.
Okay. And then after that, I would imagine it's just a matter of storyteller and player feedback after, of just making sure how well it was done and tweak as need be to going forward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would imagine so.
Okie dokie then. And yeah, it sounds like you're doing pretty good for what you're looking for. Anything else you're intending to look at then, or? So I think you've been
Well, I'm
fleshing
just
out.
trying to figure out the details. The
Oh,
details, player composition, rewards. Does it meet the objectives for retaking Starlight? Does it present future opportunities? Blah, 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 blah. There's a lot that I got to think about.
yeah. Because if I recall correctly, the current situation of things was that just make sure I have this right. Is the Alabaster Gleam the ones playing with the crazy monsters, or is that the one that is currently overtaking the town?
Both.
Oh, heck. Okay, yeah, no, I guess that does make that a little more daunting then.
Yeah. I mean, if you've watched the episodes, you'll notice that there is a difference there, but they both carry the same, like, same-ish flags. So that
Yeah,
I'll leave it up to you as to whether or not they're actually part of the same, or maybe there's a trick going on, or maybe they're like a sub faction within the faction, or whatever.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zim.
we have definitely seen what seems to possibly be a different faction, or like a different branch of the Alabaster Gleam.
Yeah. Because that just, it again, is just a few different possibilities on that, and also does change how to kind of approach it and whatnot. Because, for example, if the real deal and all that, it's definitely a little hazardous to try to jump in and help, but perhaps if it turns out that they might be, say, impersonating a little more than anything else, then that might even bolden up the party a little more or some such, and I look forward to seeing how that develops, I suppose. Whether that comes in more support or finding opportunities, guiding the players to it if need be, knowing how that herd of kittens goes.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
uh, okay. think the only thing then that comes to mind there is just kind of the feel of like we had with Guild Tales of, yeah, as long as you've got a little more of a hand to guiding towards the target, then that might help, and can always work out whether it was a little too much of a hand or not later, because Lord help us, the players need guidance on occasion, nudging towards the right direction.
Yes, we do.
As much as we
I
as much as we appreciate it, there is sometimes the chance where
was just gonna say,
we
I
we,
forgot
we
how bad
tr-
the
follow
ending
what we
was.
think it is,
The
and
first,
some
like,
of us
2 or
try to
3
stick to
episodes.
character and go on
I don't know
tangents.
if it was because the
But
pilot
sometimes
had a
that
different
nudge or
ending,
shove may
which they
be
were fine with
necessary. So
putting, but like
I wouldn't
if this
say
was
to be
5
afraid of
and
it
1,
either.
maybe 4 and 1. It like that fight, it was just done so
Uh,
I'm a big fan of stuff like this. So like, that was less a sorry and more like a trying to think how I word it.
I still think that once the starlight bit is
Yeah.
restored, that might resolve a little bit more. Just having kind of a stable base of operations instead of the chaotic wanderings we've had, or has been seen so far. Shall definitely be interesting to see how that goes.
I believe in you, Rygon. I think that everything's gonna be
Oh,
okay.
thanks. Yeah, I just got a lot of stuff to consider. So that's just what I'm doing right now. I'm just in the middle of considering.
Fair. I suppose I'll have to add that latest episode of Pokeroll as well. I've managed to miss that one, and I regret that, but unfortunately today I got pulled away for other things. Did that go well? I know you guys kind of dropped that in and such. Did you guys feel like it went well enough?
What, the
For
combat?
Pokeball?
Yeah, the latest Pokeroll, because I remember it sounded like you'd all pulled in Abby already. Or am I
Yeah.
mistaken?
He jumped into
you
the
can talk
deep
about
end.
this one.
I'm
You
sleepy.
can talk about this one, Zim. You'll have a better idea of how it went than I did.
I think it went very well.
Fantastic. I'll be sure to watch that later. But yeah, if that went well, I'm sure that the following will go quite well in its own right. Benefits of a new player means gives opportunities to work in a few new angles if need be and such. So right now you're just working on the upcoming story path then? Of sorts, or the rough idea of it at least?
That's you gotta so
This
whoa.
guy's badass. He forgets
Yeah.
about
You if you're directly addressing Rygon, you gotta kind of be like, "Hey, Rygon."
Yeah,
What's
fair
up?
enough. Oh, no worries. So
Will was
right-
asking a question about what you're working on specifically, and
Yeah, apologies.
Well, again, I can't really reveal much because I've got players in the chat here.
Oh, yes, no worries. I was just curious as to, are you just working on the overall idea right now then, or is there something you're trying to refine, or?
Right now, If you're asking about the game, my concentration is just getting them from point A to point B right now, and
Okay.
making that journey interesting.
Okay.
Once I get to point B, then I can start thinking about how I want to approach such things as side missions and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, fair enough then. I'm not sure if I've got anything to offer for the.
Well, what I've been working on tonight and yesterday is just more like world issues, like factions, map making, all that sort of stuff. Stuff that I can use later on down, but isn't necessarily a right now sort of a issue.
Okay. So, kind of a overlay of the world, and then they can fill in the details as they work towards it.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, or I can work on NPCs that they might encounter at some point. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah, fair enough. I do apologize. I am being amused by the Vaporeon icon at this time.
Oh, why is that?
The face tracking does some interesting things on occasion, and right now Vaporeon looks like the what was it? The Doctor Strange looking into the future moment of head going everywhere. just flicking about, looking around, and it's amusing. But shoot. Train of thought derailed. I no
Bang.
to be found. The shot was lost in the fluff.
Was worth a shot. Eh? Eh?
That is its own tangent, just asking to go off, but I will refrain. That's unrelated. Heck. Well, I apologize if I've derailed things.
No, you're good.
No?
I'm just kind of tired right now. That's why I'm resting for a moment before I get back into it.
Oh, okay. Yes, the Vaporeon be vibin'.
How does this advanced inscriber work? I need to look this up real quick, everyone.
Right, yo.
Hold up. There's a... Okay. Well, while looking that up, I think I came across another thing. This. Oh, I guess not. What's up?
On a tangential note, so you know how we've got the little quest bit and whatnot. All that's coming to mind. Oh, on Minecraft.
Oh, yeah?
My mind just now imagined it as, you know, it would be amusing if we could set the wandering traders, like somehow do some coding wizardry or whatnot, and set it so that players can give the wandering traders some unique trade offers and whatnot. I know we've already got the quest card, but that just crossed my mind as like, that'd be a funny excuse for why we're able to do this.
So the wandering traders come by and are like, go do this.
Hey, if you do this, we'll give you this.
Yeah.
And it just crossed my mind as like, yes, that's an amusing reason for why you have so many and why the quest card exists. Yeah, you go do this, and I'll happily help you get around and build your house. Voila, creative mode. Oh, you need some of this? Oh, get me some supplies, and I'll see what I can do for you. What with the frequency of the darn things coming by? That's just how my mind is imagining it is all. Apologies.
Oh, I keep seeing videos of this, of the AR kit stuff, and God, I want to set that up.
All in due time, and as things pan out and work out.
Well, AR kit is something that's, it's super advanced, face tracking but it's only available through iOS. So I would have to get a an iPhone and basically use it as a super expensive webcam.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you see the problem.
Yeah, no, that is entirely fair.
Not to mention, I'd have to get somebody to actually do the blend shapes, as they're called, for the actual rigging of the face to my facial movements.
So, if I might ask, what advantages does it provide over what you do right now?
So
I'm just
right now,
curious.
all of the expressions are a guesstimate to my real face, what I'm actually doing. Whereas AR Kit would actually be my actual facial expressions. It's a much more advanced face tracking setup. So like my mouth movements and everything, Right now, it guesstimates based on the general sounds that I make for what movement for the muzzle. Whereas with AR kit, those aren't going to be necessary because the iPhone would actually be tracking my mouth as a whole. It would be tracking my eyes where I'm looking and such. It would be tracking my eyebrows, my cheeks and everything. Like like standard blend shapes.
Okay. So, what program do you use right now, then, if I might ask? Again.
For what?
I use VC Face.
Oh, yeah.
So right now I have it varies on how many blend shapes. I think it's basically one blend shape per expression right now. Whereas if I were doing AR kit, that would be 52 points of tracking. 52 different things that could move based on the movements of my face.
Okay. I was just curious because I was remembering, like, I think I messed around with something like, I think it was Face Rig was the one I was messing with. I know that it's its own price for, like, the commercial use and all that.
Face Rig, so Face Rig is a very advanced program for sure, for tracking facial movements. However, even it can't match what the iOS can. Because with the iOS, their camera that they've got, which, good God, I would be very happy if they would release just a webcam of their, with that tech in it. Even if it cost a couple $100, it would still be far cheaper than getting an iPhone that I would then just use as a, glorified webcam. Because I believe it's iPhone 10 Plus that is required, 10 or newer that is required for the AR kit stuff.
Yeah.
But if we were, like, I would give so much for Apple to just put out a webcam. Like, I don't want to go buy an iPhone. Literally, that is the main that is the main thing that's kept me from actually jumping into it, is the frickin' iPhone thing and the cost for entry on that front. Whereas if they just put out a webcam, a lot more people would jump on board on this idea. But I bring this up because one of my streamer friends has been working on learning how to set up all the AR kit stuff. And they just posted a video of a model that they have that just, oh, it looks so good. So smooth, so accurate. I want grabby paws. Hello there, 3 kobolds.
Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Oh no, they've ditched a trench coat. They're up to something.
Of course, another thing that held me back was the current PC that struggles with what it's currently got running, and I am assuming that the AR kit's going to require more system resources than what I currently have going on. I don't know for sure, but we're talking about a lot more processing power, or a lot more stuff to track. So I would very much assume that it would require a beefier PC. But now that the new PC is coming and the possibility to actually run such a thing is on the horizon, plus these videos has kind of put that back into my field of view, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But back when I was first interested in it, I literally called my mom and was like, "Hey, does my sister happen to have an old iPhone laying around that I could maybe snag?" Because my sister's the only one in the family that uses an iPhone. She did not. Or otherwise, well, that would have been a thing I would have been pursuing getting implemented much, much sooner. But at the same time, unless I'm getting it for free, or, well, I guess getting it renewed from Apple themselves probably would be okay. But I also have concerns about keeping the thing cool because it'd be running, you know, constantly. And I know from personal experience that iPhones can run very hot.
Yep.
Good God, those, because my old security job, for some reason, they were like, yeah, we're just going to use iPhones for our security team stuff. And I'm like, oh, God.
Oh,
And,
whatever sordid reasons, yeah.
probably just that they got the best deal for those.
Or someone up top just likes them and they stuck with it.
Oh, no, I promise you that it was just that they got a really good deal.
I mean, it was a heavy.
The college doesn't care about us to spend that extra cost for iPhones over Android.
Oh, okay.
They at one point they were seriously considering replacing their security team with temp workers.
Okay.
You know, people
fair
desperate
enough.
for money. Yeah, let's just have them watch all of your your highly expensive equipment that is not covered by enough cameras at all.
Do you want to go lay down?
Excellent idea.
I sincerely apologize, but all that's crossing my mind right now is what level of deal must you receive to get an Apple product as a deal above others?
They would not care. They definitely would not care about what device it was. It was definitely, literally, only a matter of this is the cheapest thing that we could get.
Oh, yeah, no, I get that. I'm just sitting here trying to imagine how that applies as cheap when, pardon me, but when it involves Apple.
Oh, I'm sure it was some kind of donation thing, like Apple came in and was like, here, have some free iPhones or something like that.
They do.
Or at least, you know, lay down and wind down.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I suppose I could see that.
So shall we call it?
Oh. Fair enough then. Okay.
Hey there, Ordinary Clover. Rygon's laying down for the moment, but he'll be back soon.
Letting me yank enough teeth.
Oh no. Speaking of the thermal problems and such there. Of what they're saying.
Just to make you want a barbarian.
Ah, yes. You want battery? Nah, I'm gonna turn on and I'm just gonna chew on all that energy if you don't mind.
Yeah, energy, the power and the cooling are concerns.
But not now, of course. Some of it.
And Dunbrine, you have no idea. Okay, maybe you do have some idea,
Yeah, I was gonna
but
say, be careful there. They might.
oh, the stories I could tell. I need to go get more redstone.
Yes.
Oh my god, all the crafting with redstone. What the What even is going on this freaking...
Well,
Oh, I'm just looking the Minecraft wiki to find out where redstone spawns the most, and it's like just chart after chart after chart after chart of I don't know what. Okay. I think I wanted the redstone ore. Okay. Pat the Chrysovos.
Wait.
Chrysovos is good boy. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any particular Y level where it spawns the most, but it is below Y level 16, which we were already digging around anyways. Either way, I yearn for the mines. Again. For me, Dunbrine, I actually worked private security for the call. Like, it was in-house security. And I'm not joking at all. They literally wanted to... They tried to figure out how they could replace us with... They wanted to try and replace us with temp workers. And they definitely did not treat us well at all. The only reason we existed was because they had to have us in order to keep their accreditation.
oh gosh.
Damn it, water.
No. It will not be damned. It's already in a pond. Plus, they can't be expected to do all the work. You're the one who has to dam it up.
Wow, whoa. Wow. Why are there so many flooded caverns? Ooh, iron ore. Reminds you of your college days where the head of the IT department was a communications major with no actual IT experience. It was sad people were coming to you, computer tech majors, for IT issues instead of the so-called IT department.
That video service is not yet available.
I feel
on this
insulted.
device. To browse other services, just
What?
ask me to open Video Home.
Why do you feel insulted?
Because I'm like the head of the department that no one's going to.
The IT department?
No, the current topic on the poker roll.
I'm sorry, you lost me.
Don't worry about it then.
I don't see any discussion about the poker roll, or in the poker roll channel. We were talking about colleges and their weird setup for doing everything.
Yeah, just ignore me then.
I don't want to ignore you. I want to include you. I'm just confused. Oh, well, hello there, Amethyst. I should actually gather you up in case I do need some at some point. I have no idea if I will, but... Doesn't hurt to collect it, right?
Oh, yeah.
I like how the amethyst is like a little or not little, but a big geode in the middle of the planet. Gip gab. I think we've lost the Gip Gap.
Gip Gap, are you there? Your microphone lit up. Beep. Okay, well, they might have actually. I just had to try a second time in case that was just a fluke.
Okay, so all this budding amethyst is definitely not giving me any, anything out of them. So I think I'll leave the rest of these be. In case I want to come back down here at some point. And get more. If I even remember where it is.
That is definitely a valuable thing. I'll come back for this later. Oh, where was it?
Yeah. Damn it! So, no redstone yet. Oh, that was not what I wanted to use. Crap.
And no Chrysovos. Burp did not run out of random outbursts to give.
Herb
They
fell
just ran
asleep.
out of... Yeah.
The burb does that.
It just be how it be sometimes. I have no idea why.
Holy crap, Chrysovos.
Well,
Hello from 10 seconds in the future. I'm sorry, I had to.
Alright, so, Chrysovos, When you hear this message, the zombie outbreak has started. Run! Hide! You got 2 seconds.
That didn't sound like 10 seconds. Heck. Well, at least it's not consistently 5,000 milliseconds, hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? We'll find out.
Mid-tier talk? Oh, you said you said that in the middle of me talking. Okay, okay.
Yeah, a mid. A mid there.
I'm like, ouch, I'm doing my best here to have stuff to talk about. Things that don't necessarily pertain to Minecraft because I don't want to exclude the Rygon. While also just mining whatever looks useful. There's a lot of stuff that I've been coming across that's not super useful. I am okay. Feeling a bit more awake now. But just mining. Oh, the minings. Because I need more redstone. And so far I have found a total of 9 redstone ore.
The good old hunt for supplies. Always been mixed on how I feel about doing that.
I've got some. I've got plenty of pretty much every resource except for the 2 main ones that Minecraft, that modded Minecraft needs: iron and redstone.
Okay.
But otherwise, I have plenty of resources. Though the gold I have plenty of, mostly because of the Nether. I don't know if Fortune or Silk Touch are better. Because with Silk Touch, I can actually at least double the stuff coming out of the ore when I put it through the pulverizer. But I'll admit I have no idea how the other thing, how the Fortune really works. No resources back here that I care about. Oh, hey, some gold. Another thing I don't really care about, but it's gold. I'll collect it. Redstone drops many dusts. Fortune is especially useful for redstone and lapis lazuli. Ah. Well, somebody look up what Fortune does for me, and I can look at how much redstone dust I get out of... Ow! What the floof? I am glad I'm resistant to a bunch of stuff.
Yes.
So putting redstone ore through the pulverizer gives me a guaranteed 6 of them and a 50% chance at, I'm guessing, either 1 to 6 extra? Yeah, it could have really hurt Kenku. And I know that, and I'm understanding that redstone is particularly useful for those, or not redstone, but fortune. But that doesn't really answer, like, which is better. Using the ore with silk touch in the pulverizer, which would give me, I guess, 6 to 12 redstone dust. Or using Fortune, because they are mutually exclusive enchantments. I can't have both. God, I wish I could. Mine a single block of ore, and it gives me 15 blocks. Well, let's compare the levels of Fortune. Somebody go look up the different levels of fortune on that. Because I do have my ads that I was planning to, or at least considering setting up with different levels of whatever you call it. Brain no work tonight.
What are we seeing about what works with what?
No, there is no tinkers in this pack, Slitherite. I'm looking for how much redstone dust I get out of mining a block with a fortune enchantment.
Oh, okay.
Though I will definitely say I don't want an auto smelt pickaxe because no matter what, putting ore through a machine or magic or whatnot is always superior to just an auto smelt system. So getting more ore is always preferable. More ore, I guess nowadays it's raw. I made a mess with my vape. Because I knocked it over on accident before before closing it after refilling.
And this is in terms of average drops on base game Minecraft. Assuming I'm reading this right. The average is about 6 units of redstone per.
So average is about 6. Which means that the baseline is 6 through the pulverizer. So Silk Touch is still preferable. Fortune's definitely good in in vanilla, but in modded, it's better to go with the Silk Touch and then process it through a machine.
Yeah, it's actually amusing seeing this on a chart like this. Like the base without anything, no fortune on it, is an average of 4.5 with a maximum yield of 5. Fortune is average of 5, maximum of 6 for first, max of 7 with 2, and a max of 8 with 3.
Yeah, I'll stick with the Silk Touch then.
Meanwhile, on the lapis side of things, no fortune is an average of 6.5, which for fortune 3 bumps up to 14.3 on average, with a maximum count of 36, where the maximum without fortune is 9. There is an amusement in seeing how this works out on that regard. Neat. Yes, and if you can bump it even higher, there are ways to calculate it, and that would give you even more if you go beyond Fortune 3.
Yeah. But that also requires levels and stuff as well.
Yeah.
And getting a chance at setting that up. Because even then, it's not guaranteed that I'd be able to pull that off. Alright. Get rid of that. Made me think there was redstone there. Good morning, Rygon.
Welcome back, Rygon.
I've been here.
You did a snoozle.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did. I refuse to believe it.
I have recorded evidence.
Lies. It's all
Well,
been adjusted by the Marten.
I think I'm gonna have to pursue legal action for this slander.
Did someone say a TF lawyer?
Seda! It's your
Defend
what?
me, lawyer.
TF lawyer.
TF lawyer.
Oh. But I'm the innocent one here.
Yeah, sounds like you need a TF lawyer.
Yeah, whatever happens, you'll leave everything changed.
Exactly.
But how are you, Seda, and how was your stream?
My stream was good. The city is getting close to being done. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of work off stream, but it's the nature of the large city builds where sometimes you just need to let people, like, live their lives.
Live their lives unchanged?
Maybe.
That does not sound like you. Who are you and what did you do with Seda? But either way, it is fantastic to see you.
Yeah.
Time for me to fall asleep.
Well, I think that's an admission of guilt. Book him.
No. See, we're gonna do this in a court of jury, and none of us here can be on the jury because we're biased.
Even though I can operate on an unbiased, fact-driven fashion. A few moments later, as the owl has wandered off and a new individual has approached.
Yep. But I got popcorn.
Popcorn is tasty.
Even better, it's movie popcorn.
Oh, I haven't had that in for so long.
First time in 4 years.
Zoroark 720 has given you a major quest to mine 64 diamond ore in return for max fortune book for this mod pack fortune book.
I'm disappointed that
Go ahead.
you couldn't have gone 5 more diamonds. Couldn't have gone 5 more diamonds.
Zora, when I say the major quest thing, that is something that is not going to be so far out. I'm going to reject that one. Because that alone would take hours upon hours upon hours of just nothing but mining. Anyways.
Yeah, first time in like 4 years I've been to a theater.
It's been a while for me as well. Definitely not that long, but it's been a while.
Are we talking movie theater or traditional theater?
Movie theater.
Ooh. Fair enough.
Actually, I think I've been to a traditional theater more recently than a movie theater. What'd you go see anyways?
The Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Ah.
It was very good, actually.
Yeah, I've definitely heard it, and I do want to see it. It's just, for me...
Oh, no, I know, very fair.
It's like, I want to see it, but at the same time, morals.
Yep, I am not going to disrespect that.
I will see it at some point, though, just whenever it goes on to Netflix or something.
Yeah.
Because it's not like I'm against seeing it, it's just I do not want the money going directly into their pocket.
Considering that we had like a crappy quadruple printout of a like 8.5 by 11 version of the poster on our theater, I don't know how much of that money's actually going to them from us. It was kind of sad, actually.
Oh, they're definitely getting, at least here in the US, I assume it works the same elsewhere, but like the vast majority of your ticket price goes to the movie producer. Which in turn goes to Wizards and Hasbro. And fuck them.
Hey, very valid.
But happier stuff. So
The thing I have to compliment on the movie is very much they had some of those inside jokes of anyone who's ever played a tabletop can kind of understand. When something is so elegantly planned out and then just goes wrong in a heartbeat. In the most comical way possible.
of course.
And it was done in a very well sense that people who hadn't played a tabletop but people who do could both appreciate it. Druid kick ass.
And good night,
Well, yeah.
Senshu.
But you're also going to say on a happier note, so what did you have in mind?
Herith TF.
I'm gonna talk to Abby tomorrow.
Well, if you do want to add someone else to it, it would only be $10 for me, at least. I don't know about others.
How so?
I own... Captain Cronus seems to give me a lot of extra discounts. Or a lot more than what I should be entitled to. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I was like the first and brought in a whole bunch of others. Because like I found Captain Cronus first and brought in you, well, I think Werny brought you in, but I definitely brought in Werny, and it was kind of a cascading effect from there. I remember when I signed up and they only had like 4 subscribers.
And now I'm paying double.
I'm sorry. But after I found that out today, I was like, oh, well, even if you cancel, I can still include you for cheaper.
Yeah, I might honestly have to, just because like it's getting very hard to sustain month in, month out.
Well, like I said, I would be happy to include you on stuff. I don't like leaving people out of anything.
I know the feeling.
So, yeah. And what's better, you can pay me back with art.
This is acceptable.
Ow!
This is an arrangement I can get behind.
Shall we draw up a new contract? I still need to finish the existing one. I think the only thing I still owe you is the Growlithe thing from Mary.
Yep, because I mean the Skaven isn't done and the Growlithe is to be done.
Well, the Skaven, I can't help on that because that's just the artist end, but
Yeah. And then we can drop a new contract.
honestly, I might just cancel the Skaven one and go with someone else. Just because it's taking so long.
Fair.
And I'm kind of tired of bugging them and getting no responses.
Hmm.
Also, I will say, Zoro, I would absolutely be all for a fortune, because it occurred to me that that would probably help with these. I just, that particular setup, that particular quest was too much. I wouldn't feel right completing it off stream, because then it'd be like, well, you just went and spawned all that in.
Ye-
It's not so much that it's not worth the work as it is, also, hello there, one. It's not so much that it's not worth the work. It's a matter of it would be very boring for the stream. Would sending me to Twilight to fight a Naga be a better quest? I have no idea how long it would take me to get to a Naga. I have never done the Twilight Forest stuff. It's one of those mods that's been in literally every mod pack I've ever played, and yet never actually touched.
Joke.
But yeah, I could probably go to the Twilight Forest. My main issue with going to the Twilight Forest is figuring out where the hell to put a portal. Because I am very particular about things, and I don't know if I can destroy the portal after making it. And move it elsewhere because, you know. Like, all of this out here is temporary. Eventually it'll be moved elsewhere. Once I actually get around to building the base. Okay, well then yeah, we can do that. But it also depends on how long it would take to get to a Naga.
Yeah, it would be its own small adventure in its own.
Seda,
Yes.
you are a good being.
Ah.
And treasured friend.
Ah.
Just wanted that known. Alright, sounds good, Zoro. Let's do it. Quick question for those that know Twilight Forest. Does the portal have to be 2x2? Or can I do a 3x3?
Zoroark720 has given you a major quest to fight a Naga in the Twilight Forest in return for Max Fortune book for this mod pack.
So it has to be 2x2? Damn. That is unfortunate. Mainly because my entire base is built on odds rather than evens.
Well,
which makes placing it very difficult. But that'll be a future Zim problem.
Find a little plot of land to build a small hut upon, perhaps? Miniature little shrine.
I got a whole bunch of roses. I don't know why I have so many roses, but I got a whole bunch of roses. So, what are you up to, Seda?
I'm just chilling.
That is a very nice thing to do.
Just having some ITF chats going on in the background, doing some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wait, TF chats and you're not including me? Like, gasp.
Look, I have different TF chats for different friend groups. and plus, I also don't want to bother you with like the TF chats that I'm having right now while you're streaming.
Oh, the spicy kind.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Like turning into a Growlithe.
Growlithe?
Yeah. Spicy TF.
Anyway.
What happened?
Mm-hmm.
You said they went what?
Oh, no. I mumbled gremlin.
Oh. Yes, I know that, Chris Ovos. I need more TF discussions. But I never know what to talk about.
So many flavors of TF.
Well, I know what I could ask.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Maybe.
Kobiak has turned Zim into a Growlithe. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Growlithe.
Pet the Growlithe. Excellent timing, Kobiak. This is adorable.
Growlithe. Growl. Growlithe. 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 Growlithe.
Pet that Growlithe. Give that Growlithe good head pats.
Growlithe?
And chin scratches.
Growl?
Okay, no, don't bite my hand, please.
Growlithe, growl. Lith.
Ow.
That was a glorious introduction to the Twilight Portal. At least you weren't something weak to lightning attacks. Growl. Pet. You've survived your encounter. Congratulations.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Slitherite has turned Seda into a Miltank. They can only talk like that
Miltank?
Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Oh.
Mill?
Interesting choice.
Yes.
Also, my outbursts were because I at first I threw the diamond and my backpack vacuumed it up. Then I threw it again and got zapped by lightning, and now I don't know if I want to go in there.
Oh, you'll be fine. You're overprotected to all hell. I'm sure it'll be perfectly safe in there.
You can only redeem 1 pack per day of each type.
Because Miltank love to do rollout. I see. So we're rolling the Miltank.
You okay there, Seda?
I am okay.
You're still Miltank.
Miltank. Miltank!
It has happened. It is entertaining. Beholds.
I'll get that to you in just a moment, Juan. Holy crap, your name is difficult to put in here. Oh, Juan, you need to actually sign up for Streamloots for me to actually send you a pack. Do exclamation point loot. But I am going to break up the recording here because I feel like, venturing into the Twilight Forest is worthy of a new, recording.
Absolutely fair.
So thank you everybody for joining us so far today for the stream. That was Minecraft with the All the Mods 8 mod pack. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really, really cannot do this without your guys' help and support. Whether you are supporting financially or just with your time, I appreciate all of you so much. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as checking out my wonderful friends that come and join me here that also stream, such as Seda BDA or Wostein Owl or Rygon Plays. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.